Big deal over there in the digital aisle. Yeah, and you can only pick one of those things. Pick one. I'm not getting all three. Co-directed by Gene Kaminsky and his longtime writing partner, the igers. That's right. They would go on to direct many more episodes together at The Office. They shared a little bit in the commentary that they would rotate who would take credit. Sort of went along some DBA rules at the time. So Gene got credit for this one, but they were both there together every day. So we want to give Lee a shout out. And then the next time there's an episode up that says Lee directed, you know that Gene was right there by his side. And we reached out to both of them, and they shared a ton of great details for this episode. So I'm very, very excited. Here's your summary. Michael, Pam, and Ryan are in their new office. They're struggling to adjust. Very tiny, intimate work environment. Very tiny. Can I tell you one thing? Justin said they even considered finding a smaller room. Okay, you imagine? I can't because I was there and I know how almost impossible it was to shoot in that room. With like the camera operators, the sound department, you guys.
I don't know about that quality. I bet a ton of people do too.
Well, upstairs in Denver.
Yeah, there's people. I bet a ton of people do. So there is? Why?
You guys, on the roof. That's bonkers to me. Well, upstairs in Denver, Midland, there's a new receptionist in town.
Rolling out the name sounds like Noah Ryan.
Kelly, Aaron, Hannon. Dwight and Andy are both kind of crushing on her, but they also have this new friendship. So this crush is going to really challenge their new bond. In the meantime, Jim is trying to figure out what the heck is a rundown. What is a rundown? Her height? And let's not forget, there's going to be giant square pancakes. Yeah, maybe I forgot they were big squares. I have details on that. You do? Oh, I can't wait. All right, let's some pancake details. I can't wait. Let's get into some fast facts. All right, here's a mini fast fact. This episode actually aired the same night as Dream Team. In between these two episodes, they ran the very first episode of Parks and Recreation. How was that? We were like a little city. We were. We were the bread, and Parks and Recreation was the bologna. The cheese. Sounds like a egg. You know, no, I didn't mean it to be. I had a bologna sandwich every day in my lunch growing up. No, but it's, you know, saying something is bologna or something. Oh, cheese. It seems like it's egg, but it was a meat. Well, now that seems like it's egg on the bread. And the bread isn't important. Well, the bread's the best part. That's just because I love bread. Okay, we'll leave this analogy. There you have it. Office work and rip on it.
What's up, Tim? How you living, baby? What's new in your neck of the woods? That's the radio. Oh boy, I talked with a lot of people. From where are you in the world? Yeah, no, now I remember. Yeah, oh, wait. Wait, yeah, you were talking with another guy and you said you were going to come back and you never did. Well, are you doing okay? Yeah, I do. We were talking, and then there was another person in here. You guys were talking. You said that you were really drunk, that you had to go do something, that you would be right back. And then we waited for like an hour, and you didn't return. You okay? You were going. Yeah, I remember you were talking about some personal stuff. You dealing? How are things in your personal life? Are they okay? Okay. Yeah, wait, it was something with your dad. Wait, I remember, now I remember. Your dad was in the military. He was in secretive, he was in like clandestine services, now I remember. And you wanted to know more about that. And he was like, even though he was older and retired, he wasn't going to tell you. Sure. From what I recall, I don't remember exactly how we got into talking, but I do remember you came in and started talking about something, and somebody else was in here, or maybe that's what it was. Somebody else was in. I think that's what it was. And I was talking with them about. They were asking me about alien technology and stuff, and we were having that discussion. And no, no, I remember what it was. I remember what it was. I asked you if you knew anything about Rendlesham Airport. That's right. I remember what it was. There was this long silence, and in our conversation, I was like, honestly, I was like, I don't know what else I'm going to talk about with this person, but they did say they're in the UK, and I wonder if they know anything more about that because I've been learning a little bit about the Rendlesham Airport base, and that's where I asked you that, and then you told me about that story with your dad and everything. A little bit. That's when you left, right at that point. You were talking to somebody else at the time. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, I do remember this. And then I said, have you seen the documentary A World Without Cancer or read the book? Sure, it's a book. I asked the people at the time who were there when we were having this conversation about your dad and cancer. I asked the room, has anybody here ever read the book or heard of the book or watched the documentary from the 1970s, A World Without Cancer? And no one had, but I explained to them, and I'll explain it again, that in the same way you have that vitamin C is, I'm sorry, that scurvy is caused by a vitamin C deficiency, cancer is caused by a vitamin B17 deficiency. And it's like, well, what's vitamin B17? It's known as amygdalin. It's known as vitamin B17. It's also known as nucleoside. It's basically the cyanide in an apple seed or in an apricot kernel. That's why they say an apple a day keeps the doctor away. It's been a saying for many years. I do. So, have you spoken with your dad? Unfortunately, he's fucked. He's fucked. Wow, you know what's really interesting is this has become a thing on many different forums and threads of people who took the vaccine or took the booster and now have an aggressive cancer. This is brand new, like a huge upswing in cancer. Exactly, exactly, very aggressive. Hey, do you ever go to London? Oh, okay. Have you ever been to the city of London? Very cool. I'm fascinated by the city of London. No, I'm not talking about London. I'm talking about the city of London, the banking center. Oh, so you thought I was talking about the city of London? No, no, no. There's London, yeah, but there's the ancient city center, and that's known as the city of London, and it runs under all different types of laws. Exactly, it comes from the city of London. It is. You're right. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, you're probably right. You're right. Hey, is it true? Well, okay, so I've seen this happening in China, and I heard that the next place they're gonna roll out these policies is in England. Like in the UK, it's really difficult to get a gun, right? Yeah, exactly, exactly. And they're making it more difficult to get a knife. Wait, no, I know. So this is what they're doing in China. They're mandating that they're mandating that all with the chain on it. And well, exactly. And so they're doing knife registration, but they're also doing for restaurants and things. All of the knives have to be on a chain. Yeah. So basically, in the future, you won't even be able to have a knife, or like certainly not a machete or anything. Any kind of knife for cooking purposes will have to stay chained to the wall in your kitchen. I, yeah, and you just can't have like a butcher block. And they're gonna get like this with everything. They're gonna make it eventually illegal to have a screwdriver, to have a hammer. It'll be illegal, and they'll say that it's for your own safety. Exactly. All they have to do is say that there was someone who hijacked the plane with some screwdrivers, or they have to say that somebody took over a cruise ship with screwdrivers, and that all it takes is somebody to stab somebody with a screwdriver, and then you have to get rid of all the screwdrivers. And then from there, they'll get rid of all the ballpoint pens. Pretty soon, you won't have anything. Everything will be dull. Have you seen the movie Idiocracy? You're absolutely right. We're moving towards that. You're exactly right. They will make it in the future illegal for people to have metal. You won't be allowed to own anything, but let alone metal, let alone a gun or something or a knife or something. It's just they're making it so that all everything is controlled basically. Yeah, I mean there are a few of them. There's essentially it's called Operation Lockstep. It's from the Rockefeller Foundation. It was published in 2010. I mean, there's the UN Charter, but there's also learn the the learned the secret teachings of the learned elders of Zion as well, which goes even further back, and it goes even further back to that. It's about world domination and basically the ability to reveal a plan to the enemy, and they can't do anything about it. What do you think of the Queen? Or I guess she's dead. What do you think of the monarchy? Do most people? From what I understand, like, what you're right. What are the have you ever heard the rumors of them being reptilian? What is that? What's that about? Well, okay, here's then I'll tell you what I know, but I'm asking you. Correct. No, that's all true. It's and it even intertwines into the Merovingian bloodline, the Knights Templar, going back to the even like the pharaohs and stuff. Yes, but like right now, I've heard though that okay, so that is an assumption that that's a human bloodline, or let's assume it's a human bloodline, because there are people who have that bloodline, and I mean, I have that bloodline, and to my knowledge, I'm a human, so I'm not necessarily, and you could have that bloodline. So what I've understood it to be is that perhaps some kind of off-world civilization has perhaps come to Earth and has taken that that position in some kind of shape-shifting role. Have you ever heard of that? Exactly, basically. You, yeah, no, no. I've elongated skull, and yeah, and I'm a one. I'm an M. I know my haplotype. Like, I'm the only person that you can meet, basically. Very few people know their haplotype. My DNA sequencing is MC1R. It's very famous. And the reason why it's famous is because it was essentially like it was like it's an Ashkenazi bloodline, but it also has a Viking bloodline. That for some reason there's some kind of uh, like basically people with my bloodline have a higher tolerance for pain, so that basically 20 to 25% less exactly. And 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 the and this is like if you look up haplotypes, this is a famous haplotype. Many of the women in Hollywood have this haplotype. It's basically like people with red hair. Do you have red hair anywhere? Oh, you do. Okay, so then you're probably this haplotype as well. If you have red hair in any spots, then it's a good chance that you are. Oh, well then you're most definitely. It, it's it's an M. It's called MC1R, and it was a genetic mutation basically that allows us to have a higher. We have a higher tolerance for pain. There's some other aspects of it too, but you could read about it. But it's MC1R. I think I can too. And and it's but it was agreed. For where it's really valuable though is not really towards the men, which you think it would be. It's for the women, and here's why. In a natural state, many women die during childbirth because they can't take the pain. But the fact that people from our lineage have a higher tolerance for pain meant that they could reproduce more. Does that make sense? 'Cause then Ireland, exactly. So if you're interested, I mean, I'm sure you're probably of that haplotype as well. It's called MC1R. And the way that I found out about it, which is interesting, when I grow my beard out really long, it's red. And around my synagogue, I had the nickname Barbarossa, like red, that means red beard. And yeah, and and it's so weird because my hair is brown, like just like a normal. Maybe it's like an autumn color with like chestnut highlights, but it's still pretty brown. But so I started doing some research on it, and it turns out that there's like the special people who were this haplotype that they could. And there's some other stuff to it too, but yeah, so we're all related somehow. Very cool. All right, my friend. Well, I'm gonna get back to my podcast. If you need anything, you let me know. I'm always here. I stream 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I have more data uploaded to the internet than any person globally. It's live on YouTube. Yes, if you type in Rabbi Rothschild and filter by live, I come up. An easier way to do it is, do you have Twitter? Here, I'll just send you a link. Oh, you found it? Type in type in Viral Rabbi. Here you do. What, dude? You need to download an ad blocker so you don't have to watch any advertisements anymore. No, no, I don't. No, you don't have the right one. Your ad blocker sucks. If you download the ad blocker uBlock Origin, you won't see any advertisements on YouTube. You got it. Sure, sure. It's a U, the letter U, BLOCK, uBlock Origin. uBlock is one word and then space Origin. Type that into Google into an it's an extension. You want to download that extension immediately. Download it right now. I'm going to wait for you to download it. It's a life changer. Here's what I want you to do. Do you know what ESPN.com is? Do you know what ESPN is? Yeah, it's like a sports channel. Go go to ESPN.com. I want you to see how many advertisements are on it. Then download uBlock Origin and reload the page, and you'll see how it cleaned it up. It's amazing. No, you can use it in Firefox. Go to Firefox. Firefox has a Chrome. uBlock Origin has a Firefox version as well. I'm running it right now. Yeah. So go to Firefox extensions and it's uBlock Origin. They also have an Edge extension if you use that. Correct. Agreed. It's amazing. It's not just it can't be that bad. It's absolutely amazing. No, that sucks. That sucks. Number one, that doesn't block everything. What they do is they have a back door into their system. You can pay them privately and they'll let you in. Number two, they just got into trouble with YouTube because now if you use AdBlock Plus or AdBlock Pro or just regular AdBlock on YouTube, the YouTube has purposefully allegedly been slowing down the RAM of your computer. So forget about AdBlock. You want uBlock. uBlock is the OG. It's better than any of them. It's uBlock Origin. So make sure it says uBlock Origin. Yeah, it's an add-on from Mozilla, and it's uBlock Origin. Hold on a second. Then let me make sure. Hold on. Let me make sure it's the right one. I'm looking it up. I have my phone right here. Just a moment. Okay, uBlock Origin. It should have 17,000 ratings on it, and yeah, like 8 million, 7 million users. By Raymond Hill. That one by Raymond Hill. Hell, I use it on my phone, and I don't even see advertisements on my phone. It's that good. I use it. It's good. Which one? I don't know that one. Exactly. Most of my pleasure. I love sharing alpha. I appreciate that. Yep, absolutely. Where are you? That's right. But yeah, no, that's just one of my accounts though. You want to filter by live. Go to the filters and search by live. And you'll see I'm live on 4 different streams. You're live on 4 different streams. People can hear you on YouTube. Well, you're not very loud, but they can still probably hear you. And you want to filter by live. That's correct. And you should see it. I am. I'm live on 4 different channels. You can watch me in 360 degrees. No, not right now, but uh, it, it comes in peaks and valleys. I'll get as many as 33 people sometimes. I can hear myself. That's correct. No, you're good. That's how it is with YouTube. So yeah, you can watch me. You can watch me 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can always come here and see me. You can type to me whenever you want, and I'm also live on 3 different Twitter accounts on video. I'm live on Twitter video. That's correct. That's correct. I have over. I have over. What's the South Shore experiment? I wanna achieve world peace. This gives me a platform to be able to discuss world peace, to be able to discuss the no more need for war, world hunger, being able to bridge the gap using essentially vertical farming. We could use hydroponics. We could use cloud seeding, solve world thirst through digging of wells, through desalinization plants, through life straws. We talk about anti-gravity, antimatter. We talk about life extension technology, mind uploading technology, advanced propulsion, ufology, alien races, you name it, we discuss it. Well, it depends on the day. Over the course of like 12 hours, I'll get about 30 people or so each camera. So it just depends. Like usually over the course of 12 hours, I might get like 100 people who watch. It depends. I have people who come in every day and we develop relationships over the course of years. And then I have some people who are just new and just brand new to us to come in and say hello. Hey, what up, fam? How you doing? That's right. Thank you. I like hearing your beautiful voice, fam. Bam, you're in Germany, right? Do you ever see any UFOs in Germany? So you had a crop circle in a cornfield near where you grew up, but they said it was a hoax. Did you get to see the crop circle yourself? How, how far away was it from where you grew up? Oh, so it's less than a few miles? Oh, kilometers? Oh, okay, wow. That's very close. How about you, James? You live in the Great Plains. Do you ever get any crop circles? Not personally, I have not. I was talking to someone earlier. We were exchanging any kind of UFO stories that we've had. While I've never seen your traditional disc, I have seen a UFO that was about the size of a beach ball or so. It was an orange sphere. This was about 10 years ago. I reported it to MUFON, which is the Mutual UFO Network, about a decade later, but I didn't do it. And it had an intelligence to it. How this connects to the crop circles is I've seen video. Uh, Apparently, when I had my sightings, there were a bunch of these sightings around the same time, from about 2010 to 2015. And what I could see in some of these videos was these big beach ball like orbs, like I have seen, and they go over a crop and somehow develop these beautiful, intricate geometric patterns. And then I've seen videos of them getting chased by helicopters, but essentially it was very similar to that which I had seen. So um, that's It only happened one time. It was absolutely silent. It had an intelligence of it, and I haven't ever seen anything again. But yeah, that's the best I can do. But it was wild. I did report it, and it was like, I mean, when something like that happens to you, you never forget it. I know exactly where the sun was. I know it was different than the sun. It flew over my car and into my subdivision, and then it disappeared. But I've always been connected to it ever since then, and always longed to have a sighting of a real craft, of a real disk, but I just never have. No, I wish I did. No, it happened one time. Yeah. So you saw like shadow figures? That's wild. Sure. Now, this shadow figure, did it seem like it was out of place from a historical context? Like, it seems like wearing that flat cap might have been a little dated of a look, or did this person look like they were modern times? Oh, I understand. And did anyone else in your family ever witness this creature? What war? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Now, let me clarify. The night you got the day you got your period was different than the day you saw the shadow figure, correct? Okay, gotcha. But it just so happened to be on the land of a former battle. And this would have been like what, the Holy Roman Empire? Yeah, I mean, the enemy no longer becomes the opposing force for Mother Nature. I would hear about this, particularly in medieval times, where you'd have a knight on horseback who, for one reason or another, may have been in an accident, fell into the mud and was drowned in like a foot of mud, or like like very little water. Exactly, and particularly with any kind of armor, it's very heavy. Exactly. Have you ever heard of the phantom time hypothesis? Have you ever heard of the phantom time hypothesis? Or has anyone here heard of the phantom time hypothesis? It's fucking fascinating. It's absolutely fascinating. It actually makes a lot of things in history make a lot more sense to me. Okay, so essentially, it's this theory that there's quite a bit of evidence towards it that in around the year like 700, and I'll give you the official statement, but this is just a summary of it. The three most powerful members of the Western civilization, it's like Pope Gregory, I'll read what Pope it was, and King Otto and another king all got together and said, you know what, it's the year like 743, right? Yeah, but wouldn't it be really cool if it were the year 1000? Maybe if we made it the year 1000, we would have like, if there was re- reincarnation of Jesus or something would come back, or there'd be some kind of momentous occasion. And on top of that, isn't it much better? Don't you want to be the Pope or the King who was around at the year 1000? Doesn't that seem like it's really a momentous occasion? So apparently, these three guys got together and it wiped out like 200 years of global history. Now, I can tell you, this is what we call in Western history the Dark Ages, where we say a lot of things weren't written down. But if you actually look through a lot of the teachings, like um, I don't want to say teachings, the writing, there's much less writing from a Western standpoint. I can tell you in Judaism, even our books are not as consistent. There is this idea within Judaism. It's been discussed that there is a period, a time gap of some dating perhaps as well. I can tell you just in my studies of rabbinical rabbis and rabbinical dynasties, you have this huge amount of rabbis up until like 700, and then literally the years like 800 and 900, maybe one or two rabbis can be named, and then the year 1011, and then it increases a lot. Basically, there's a huge dip in history where the Dark Ages are. So the official theory, in just one moment, I'll read it to you, but it's absolutely it's fascinating to me. But it also means that it's actually the year like 1700 as opposed to the year 2023, um, because like 300 years were vanished. So here's what it is. It hypothesizes that there was an agreement by the Holy Roman Empire Emperor Otto III, Pope Sylvester II, and possibly the Byzantine Emperor Constantine VII to fabricate the Anno Domini dating system retroactively in order to place them at the special year of AD 1000 and to rewrite history to legitimize Otto's claim to the Holy Roman Empire. So basically, it, it was first proposed in, I mean, there's been theories about this. There have been theories about this for a long time, but at least in um, modern work in 1991. But essentially, that some um, figures may have been fabricated. The big one in question is Charlemagne, Charles the Great, basically. That his reign may have just been like a story more than a historical account. There's some idea of that, and his whole like coronation by the Pope. I think it was at Notre Dame. on like Christmas Day, some day I forget. There's some story about it, like everything had to come to be so perfect for that to happen, and some other stories that this may have been perhaps fabricated. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. I just personally think it's an interesting theory. That, and if you hadn't all heard of it, I'm glad I could bring it to you. Believe what you want. It's 2023, and you know, at the bank, that's what matters today. But there is the theory that perhaps because of an agreement between powerful leaders long ago, that the year isn't actually what it is. And at least I can tell you from a Judaic standpoint, there's a lot more evidence for this than would I initially thought there would be. I expected, especially in my, growing up, that we have this consistent, um, consistent lineage, certainly, but consistent rabbinical writings. But no, during the Dark Ages, there is a significant decrease, as there are amongst writing and all Western societies. Now, the question arises: well, how could you make China believe all this and such as well? China had their own system, so it just basically didn't even need to link up. This is only for Western society. I think it's an interesting hypothesis. There's a Wikipedia article on it. Feel free to read it if you'd like. But yeah, I think that's an interesting. I think that's interesting. And it got us into the discussion. Vamp was discussing this historical battle from the year 1400, and I'm here thinking to myself, well, that's like 600 years ago, and here it was still affecting her, 600 years later. So part of the, but yeah, Europe is full of all of that old world history. I mean, here in the United States, everything that we have is basically, I mean, not everything, but most of it is within the last 300 years, where, within a mile of where you grew up, there was I mean, seemingly like almost an ancient, there's an ancient battleground. It's really interesting how connected this is created. In the village where you grew up, was it pretty traditional? In my opinion, Germany has, I would say, arguably one of the most important cities in the world, and perhaps it's not the most important, but perhaps in some ways it is. You know what city I would reference when I would say I think there's one city in Germany that's more important than all the others? Which one do you think I would name? Frankfurt, from its banking power. Its ancient banking history, and I think has a lot of power in the future as well. I understand that. I think that's planned, and that's more evidence towards it. I just know if you look at Germany's major banks and historically the power that Frankfurt has garnered. To my knowledge, Deutsche Bank. Is it Deutsche Bank? So, I mean, that's the most powerful bank in Europe. Well, in at least Germany, in continental Europe. And well, I mean, what it really comes down to is the Juden gas, the is no longer there, but essentially the Jewish ghetto where Meyer Amschel Rothschild began the dynasty. It's no longer there. It was that area was destroyed during World War II, but there's I mean, that's the birthplace of the founding of the world banking dynasty. So, in my opinion, it will generally in the future have an important place, I think, in global. Do you know about um, um okay? Do you know about the Fugars? So the Fugars, it's like where we allegedly where we get the term fucker, like fuck, like the idea. You know about that banking family? Very, very fascinating. Um, so as Sam, go ahead. No, you're absolutely fine. So as I understand it, and um, I'm by no means an expert, but okay. So you had the Medici certainly who dominated banking during the Renaissance. The Fugars took over the title, I would say, of the Pope's banker, following the Medici into like the 16th century, like the 1500s, and helped. Oh, yeah, that's what it was. They were the ones. So there's not a lot that's published about it, but from what I know, they were the ones who funded Christopher Columbus's um, his travel. So like that. Okay, so let me think about this. He was a he was a an Italian who was sailing for the Spanish, and the Spanish um, had just gone. It was 1492. That's the year of the Spanish Inquisition. So basically, when they kicked all the Jews out of and Muslims out of Spain. Basically, as I understand, the House of Aragon and those other, the Castile, all those other Spanish houses could not afford to send a huge fleet out, so they had to go to the House of Fugger. Well, they went to the Pope, and the Pope went to the House of Fugger. House of Fugger basically ran the banking in um, Central Europe, and were able to lend out what was needed to be able to get to the New World and pay for that. And then from there, they're the ones who really started to fund all the essentially the Spanish conquest of the New World was funded from the Tudors, as I understand now. From there, the Rothschilds take over this in the year, between the years like 1750 and 1812, or 1815, 1750 and 1815. So over the course of like 65 years, they take over the title of the world's bankers. But essentially, for a period of about 300 years between the Medici and the Rothschilds, the Fugger family was the most powerful family in the world, and they were the wealthiest family in the world. In fact, if you look up the most famous Fugger member, his name is Jacob the Rich. He was so rich, he was just known as Jacob the Rich. And his name is Jacob Fugger. Yes, let's talk about that. Vamp, I was getting to that. Okay, I was just going to ask you. I was just going to ask you, do you know about this Fugger complex? It's the. Okay, so let's tell James about it. So essentially, the Fuggers were, as I understand, Roman Catholics and wanted to ensure that there was something for the poor because they were becoming so phenomenally wealthy through the banking industry. So through essentially being money lenders. So what they were able to do was build a complex where Vamp has been. That is the world's oldest pre-built complex that's been in continuous operation. And essentially, in order to live there, it has the original tenants have the same lease that they had like 500 years ago or 300 years ago, and it only costs like $5 a year or whatever it is in euros, like $5 a year to rent the an apartment for an entire year. So basically, it's very cheap, like extremely cheap, $5, and then you get the whole place for an entire year. And there have been people who have been living there for like 300 years from each family. Is that correct, Sam? Oh, it's 88 cents, not even $5. I was just throwing out a number there. 88 cents. Thank you. So even less than that. It's a really interesting story. And basically, this was all paid for 300 years ago by, or more than that, 500 years by this benefactor, Jacob the Rich. I agree. I think it's also. Great question. Isn't it like all the families have been grandfathered in? Okay, so it's known as the Fugari, and it's the oldest existing social housing complex in the world. It is a city. Uh-huh. Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. Say it the way that she said it. Fugarai, and it is it is still inhabited today, affording it the status of the world's oldest public housing project. And so let's see how you get into live there. I'm gonna rate you. Okay, here's how you do it. Here's how you. The conditions. Okay, the conditions to live there remain the same as they were 500 years ago. One must live at least 2 years in Augsburg, be of the Catholic faith, and have become indigent without debt. The 5 gates are locked every day at 10 p.m. So you have to live in the city for 2 years. You have to be Catholic, and then you have to be you can't have any debt. So this guy, he in 1520. So this is what's amazing to me about these trusts. 500 years ago, more than 500 years ago, this guy put a trust together, and it's been carefully he put in for 10,000 guilders, whatever the fuck that is. Like probably like I don't know, probably like $10,000 now or something. I don't know. And according to the Wall Street Journal, the trust has been carefully managed, with most of its income coming from forestry holdings, which they favored in the 17th century after losing money in higher yielding investments. The annual return of the trust has ranged from an after inflation rate of 0.5 to 2%. And so, I mean, this is still a trust that's running. And so, in my opinion, truthfully, why can't our why can't our philanthropists of the world do that now? Like if this guy was able to do this 500 years ago, and it is still producing for people, and obviously they don't need any money, and it has all the upkeep. Why can't we do that now? I don't understand. Like that's just neither here nor there. But yeah, it's the oldest public housing complex in the world, and it's fascinating. And I'm just thrilled that damn, you knew exactly where I was going with this. I was going to ask you about this if it was close to where you live. Did you live pretty close to Augsburg? Perhaps. Who knows? That's okay. Well, you okay? Oh wow, very close. Wow. So are any of them Catholic? No, none of them. You take care, Bam. It was a pleasure as always. Take care. Sweet dreams. Yeah, exactly. So nobody wants to discuss. No, like I'm going to tell you this, James. I I love words. I love banking. I'm a Rothschild. You can look at my ID. No one knows more about this fucking word than I do, and I've been looking for the etymology my whole life. And I think I'm basically the only person who knows this. Um, so essentially, as I was saying, the Rothschilds took over the title of the world's bankers from the Fugger family, the Fugger family. And once the tide was shifting, they wanted to. I don't know this from many internal family discussions, but this is just what I garnered, is that the Rothschild family, wanted to essentially make fun of the previous dynasty. So anything that was considered bad was known as bugger, 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 and that was bastardized a little bit to fucker, 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 fucker. So whenever you say the fucking thing, it was basically like that's our enemy, and we've defeated them, and now we're using this in English context. That's how I've known it to be. Now you will find like you'll find everything under the sun for the etymology of this, but in reality, I think that's what it is. I'm almost certain that's what it is. It comes from the Fuger family. Oh, it's an amazing one. You can use it basically anywhere. I agree with you. Uh, it is. All right. ROTHSCHILD. I agree. But most certainly, I want to make essentially the world's bank someday. Uh, and I think I'll be able to do it. I have more data on the internet than any person in global history. Data is Earth's number one resource, which means, in my own way, I'm like the world's richest person. Now, am I? No. But I will be perhaps one day if people actually realize how much data is worth. Uh, the Economist magazine has said that data is the Earth's number one resource. And I have more data than any person. And this isn't um, AI data, which is what data will be in the future. This is this is real life. The past 2.5 years, I've been live on the internet, and so that means going back to the pandemic, we've seen the birth of AI, the death of the queen, the coronation of the king, and everything in between. And so I do. I plan on starting a bank when this all becomes a big thing. Now, look, it's going to take some time, but um, this is what I'm going to do. And this is what I think is smart. Eventually, I think that uh, companies, they already make so much money. It's like they're getting to the point where they're becoming much more worried about their their um, their scores, essentially their environmental, their sustainability, their inclusivity scores. Okay, fine. So exactly. So um, I think that they're going to move more towards their focus on ESG and less the focus away from profits to some extent. And eventually, one company is going to say, you know what? We could run ourselves as a profitable company, like for instance, Google or Alphabet. They could say, look, we gross, let's say $1 trillion a year, whatever they want to do. Okay, fine. But if we gave away 50% of that or 51% of that, well, what would that mean? It means number one, we're then a not-for-profit or non-profit, however we want to define ourselves. But number two, then we're a charity. We're no longer a business, and we have a much better look in terms of how we are expressed to society. So, in and I think that the world will move much more towards a charitable system, charitable trust, and really more towards a socialist or communist system in the future. So, long story short, I think there's an opportunity perhaps for someone to say, um, if you wanted to be a very profitable institution, any any bank or I'm sorry, any if you started a bank or credit union and you told businesses if you want to give us 51% of your profits or whatever, will be your charity, will be your trust essentially, will be your foundation, and then you can advertise yourself as a charity. So essentially, I think in the future you may have a situation where you would have an Amazon. Amazon is a huge profitable company, yeah, but they give away 51% of their profits to charity, and then it's a charity in itself. I think that they want to change the way that they do business. So, and, that's just something I would want to do for. But as of right now, trust me, I'm not worried about making a bank. I'm worried about focusing on going viral. So how am I doing that? James, you said you've seen me follow you with like two of my accounts on Twitter Spaces or on Twitter, right? Excellent. Well, I still have this robot that just comes out and follows people all day long, and it follows it follows 100 people per account um, per hour. So I might use like 8 accounts. So it follows like 3,200 people an hour. So I don't know. It follows over like 50,000 people a day, which is a lot of people. It's a lot of impressions that you're making on people. And one of these people are going to see this and they're going to say, holy shit, this person is seeing their life online 24 hours a day. If anything, this is really interesting that you can literally, whenever you want, connect with this person. I mean, James, you're a witness to this over the course of the time that we've been speaking. I don't want to say I'm always online, but I'm basically always online. The only reason why I'm not online in here ever is one, if they ban me, if they do, why do I say they ban me? Here's why they ban me. This pisses me off. This pisses me off. Somebody will want to chat with me in the chat. Okay, so they'll at me. At Rabbi Rothschild. Okay. Well, I'm not looking at the chat right now. I'm talking with you. And I'm watching Bob Ross. I'm listening to the radio, and I got 50 cameras going. I'm just not paying attention to that. So in order to get my attention, they will remove my ability to stream. So then I have to go into the chat and start complaining. Hey, why did you remove my ability to chat? And they'll say, oh, somebody was looking for you. Somebody wanted you. I'm like, well, Jesus Christ, I am live in the stream. You could talk with me if you want. But even still, I don't work for anybody. I do this on my own volition. I don't answer to anyone. If somebody wants to get a hold of me, send me a DM. Like anybody else. You shouldn't remove my streaming services just because somebody wanted to get a hold of me. Anyway, so they will do that. So that's one reason why I get taken down. Another reason, which is really interesting, my phone sometimes gets too hot. And it's just an old iPhone. And if you know anything about iPhones, they're bad with temperature. And sometimes it just gets too hot for the camera. So it'll shut down. And I'll be asleep at the time. So you normally be able to watch me when I sleep. But if it shuts off while I'm asleep, then I have to, when I awake. Aside from that, those are the only two times that I'm not in, or it's like the app crashes, but, frankly, that's been pretty consistent. So, as you know, you can watch me 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, and I think that's going to be really interesting to someone on Earth. Particularly, I think it'll be interesting to people in not just like globally. Yeah, it's interesting about yes, the topics about which we discuss or about which we talk are interesting, like advanced propulsion and hydrogen cars um, and boring systems and geothermal power and nuclear fission and nuclear fusion and you know futurology and adrenochrome and all the other interesting things about which we discussed. Okay, that's one thing. On top of that, though, this has a lot of opportunity for humans to be able to study it from a biological standpoint. My heartbeat, my temperature, my behavior patterns, my bathing patterns, my eating patterns, all of that is really beneficial to society. I think could be perhaps. And then, really, I think people just want to connect to a person. If somebody's bored at home, sometimes they just have something on in the background, and I think I really fulfill a need that many people in society have of just being bored and wanting to connect with someone. And to know that they could always watch me whenever they wanted, whether I'm in my bed or I'm, I'm jet setting around the world, trying to help the world in developing countries or in going skydiving, whatever I may be doing. I think it could be really interesting in society. So it's just a matter of time. The longer I stream, the more people find out about it, the more momentum I gain. And I really think the place where I'm going to go big is on Twitter. I do. Yeah, I do. So I do my best to study dreams, my own dreams. So I've had sleep studies done in the past. When I was a kid, I used to have a process that was known as lucid dreaming, where I actually knew I was dreaming, and I lost that ability to do that. I've been able to affect my dreams, and I can still affect my dreams. So how do I do it? Well, um, I would say the best thing that I've done for my dreams uh, is keep myself on camera all the time because that means right when I awake, after saying the short little prayer that I say as a Jew right when I awake, not all Jews do it, we should, but I say into the camera exactly what I dreamed the night before if I remember. So I'll say whatever it may be. So and so from synagogue was there, and so from college was there, and we were at the food court, or we were on the cruise ship, or we were in the space shuttle, whatever it was. I say it into the camera, and that helps me remember it immediately. If I don't do that, if I get up and I go to the bathroom or something, I totally forget my dreams a lot of times. Additionally, I'll have ways I can control my dreams. So how's that? Well, in the past, I used to be able to do it through lucid breathing, which I think is just a deep. In order to lucid dream, the best way to do it is to have a decalcified pineal gland. But I think as I get older, and most people get older, your pineal gland, because of fluoride and heavy metals in the water, it decalcified. So you no longer have this really deep kind of dreaming like you had when you were a kid. However, um, I went through a process where I had all these water filters and some other supplements so that I could decalcify my um, pineal gland, and I was able to lucid dream again. So what, just one time though. So I've had one lucid dream in 25 years probably. But before then, when I was a kid, I was able to do okay, fine. Then I, in order to control my dreams, can't always do it, but I find that I can set a tone for my dreams within the first, like, in order to do so, I have to cut my light within the first hour before I go to bed. So what would that be? Like if I want to have a very, like a really deep sleep, I always make sure I'm wearing a face mask. I try to remove any kind of light in the room, especially blue light. I would even put in like have like a a a white noise machine or something to cut out any kind of distractions. I can also though affect it by if I want to like like foods that I might eat beforehand. But I find particularly like the if I'm like watching a television show or listening to music right before I go to bed, I mean, and I might even fall asleep during this, and I have it continuing to play as I fall asleep, I can have a dream that's related to that television show or that movie or that documentary if I keep it on while I'm sleeping. So it's just something in the subconscious that's hearing that, and sometimes I think that can also almost integrate into your own dreams. But the key that I find is immediately upon awakening, I tell the dream, I tell the camera exactly what dream I had, exactly what happened in the dream, and I do go through periods of my life as well. I think when like I'll dream every single night and I'll tell the camera exactly what happened. I mean, there's sometimes where I don't think I mean, I know I dream at night, but I just don't remember. It depends when you awaken in the sleep cycle. Depends how deeply you're sleeping. But yeah, I would say I do dream, and I do my best to document the dream as best I can. And I feel I'm at an advantage to do it because I'm on camera all the time. James, did that answer your question? Yeah, I do. Um, so, I mean, I'm certainly not an expert in it, and I don't know if anybody really necessarily is. But like the early psychoanalyzers, Freud and such, um, uh, Young, I would say that they were certainly onto things like, perhaps if you have a nightmare, you might have more, you might have a more, I would say, stress going on in your life, perhaps in your normal life if you have a nightmare. Um, I think as well, there's certainly, I think, outside factors can affect your life, can affect your dreams. So if you have children, you have other fears that build up inside you that may only come out subconsciously. So I would say that the analysis of dreams is certainly something that is beneficial. I think as well, sometimes you don't even need to analyze dreams. You can get really good ideas from dreams. In fact, many inventors, many innovators, many entrepreneurs say that they got their ideas from a business in a dream or some type of scientific discovery in a dream. A song came to them in a dream. So I think dreams are very powerful and it's important to analyze them. The things that I think there's two reasons why I don't think we discuss them more in society. Number one, it's very difficult to, well, maybe two reasons. One, it's very difficult to count them. You have to like literally like awake immediately and document it. Number two, you can't share the actual dream with anyone. At this point, there is something in the future that has been um, hypothesized that's known as a dream viewer that allows a third party to view on a monitor what is going on, what someone's dreaming. in their mind, but we don't currently have that type of technology. But technology is moving towards that point where you have a dream viewer, but that's probably still 30 to 50 years away at least. So in the meantime, I think that prevents it. And then finally, it's taboo to talk about dreams. Um, it is particularly because some people dream and some people don't. Some people have very sexual dreams and they don't want to talk about that in public. And I would say as well, another element of the dream that I have as well that I think is important to mention is the wet dream. So I have found that if I go for more than a month without ejaculation, I just have a natural night emission that will come. But in addition to the night emission, I will have a very vivid dream, very sexual dream that may take place as well. And so if I don't pleasure myself or, because I'm retaining or whatever, that will happen naturally. And I would say that the wet dream is generally correlates um, with that very vivid sexualized dream. I'm trying to think of any other kind of dreams that I have or the analysis. But I do think it's important to analyze your dreams. People just don't do it though because I think it's just taboo subject. Absolutely. I agree with that. Absolutely. James, you take care. Keep the corn husker state safe and we'll talk to you soon. You too. Take care, baby. You know about every spot on earth where you can maybe say laser without that's a fucking weirdo. It's not like it's over the beauty stuff. Maybe. I want to stop. Yeah, it's fine. Yo, dog.
But the individual presidential election year get ready, 2024 will be the most lit. How are you protecting your citizens? The city diversifying with gold for virtual tools. For decades, voters said they couldn't get vested with central banks during times of turbulence. Now you can own it in a tax-sheltered IRA with the help of their gold. And with tax code, the 9898 first gold will send your approval function on gold. That's go to 989898 now. And welcome back to Coast Your Story with you. I am Clark Clark in Minnesota, under in Oxford, now a professor of global policy at the University College in London. He is a contributing writer for the Intelligence, host of the award-winning Power Corrupt Spot podcast, and frequent guest on national television. He has conducted of the country all the time in business politics, organizations, and data, the European Union, where he's working on the book. Brian, welcome to the program. What's that left? You did a little work for NATO. What's going on with Ukraine and Russia? What's your opinion? Well, those are several years ago. There's a bit of a support, but especially where I think that the conflict is pretty tragic. And I hope it's all very soon. Yeah. The nation's book, by the way, well, some countries got into Kentucky. Yeah, so, I mean, when I was in my mid-20s, my dad sent me down to the newspaper headline, and it was about a terrible tragedy that happened in 1905 in Wisconsin, where this woman not a mental breakdown, and we unfortunately killed her four children, and then killed herself. And the reason I tell this story is because this is my great-grandfather's first wife, and he came home and saw the whole family dead. And later on, he married my great-grandmother, and so it's kind of literally the story of my life, right? If these people had not died in 1905 in Toronto, I wouldn't exist, and you wouldn't listen to my voice. And so when you start to reality that way, I think it creates a sort of wonder and awe in how the ripple effect of our actions can be able to really the consequences. In a very roundabout way, this tragedy is the reason we're chatting right now. It's 40 million. That's gone. It's death. I mean, not really accidentally, none of it happened. Yeah, so when I think about our lives, we often think about the big pivot points, right? So like when we decide to decide to go to school or not school. What I think is happening is there's a limited number of invisible pivot points, which is to say that our lives are going to be constant. Even if we're not aware of it. This sort of idea of, you hit the freeze button before you jump, and does your life unfold differently. And that's one of the ideas I explore. And I think there's nothing to do in our lives more in society. The biblical story is the story of the couple that goes on the face of Joseph and 1926. And they fall in love with each other through coincide. But 19 years later, the husband of the couple is the American Secretary of War in World War II, in charge of society where it's got the college bomb. And the general calls him Joseph. So she points to President Truman and gets him to take her off the list because she went on vacation there in Washington. So the first bomb was dropped on Georgetown, said, and the second bomb was supposed to go to Sakura, which briefly was covered by clouds when the bomber arrived. And so the whiskey executive hardly talked about this. So the bombing outcome, 100,000 people living and dying, was determined by a space study 2 decades earlier in clouds. And I think, when you think about the world that way, it starts to give us an appreciation for what the lives that we live in the book, which is that we control nothing and we influence everything. And so our ripple effects are not only intentional, but they are important. What is the word influence in life? Well, it's something that is very often abstract. And it's a single moment that means that it could turn out very differently, but for a small thing. And I believe it's both our lives and our feelings is important. And little changes actually can have enormous consequences. That's pretty clear part of the They want that one, the one, what kind? Yeah, I mean, I think lucky is part of our life. And one of the things that is interesting about how people interact with one is that people do something positive that happens to people that want. People are willing to accept sort of a random outcome, right? So like a lot of times when people win the lottery, they don't think it's part of some larger plan necessarily. They just say, wow, somebody had to win. And the opposite is what it's that. And I think there's a really interesting thing there where when we hear when something random happens to us that's negative, we always kind of make sense of it by having a really clear cut narrative around it, why it happened, explaining it, and so on. And so there's very interesting psychology that shows the difference in how we can convey this idea of love, depending on whether it's positive or negative. You don't believe it's pretty little. No, but I don't think that's something that necessarily is. I think there are some answers around it. So why do people do this? Is that my brain is causing my action, right? So I think it's a debate here about whether there's something connected to your brain that is causing you to behave the way you do. I find that my brain is probably what's behind most of my behavior. Certainly, I don't have any choices. I have to make decisions and make choices and so on. But there's a question about, and it's, one of the philosophical is whether there's something separate from your brain, something called the mind or the soul, that is dictating your actions. And so, I think that's something that the debates are going to raise in the 21st century as we learn more about how brains operate. So, yeah, that's my personal view is that my brain and my mind are basically the same thing. Do you think that people are born with mechanisms within our system that allows us to make some changes that keep it in our house? I don't believe in it personally. So, I think there is something that where people feel that way. And I think part of the reason for that is that when we have a sort of moment where things turn out really well, we're, our brains are derived from making patterns, right? Learning the patterns. So one of the things I find really interesting to think about is that for 98% of the time we have been hunter gatherers. That was basically up until the last sort of 10,000 years or so. And in that period, it made a lot of sense to sort of have patterns. If there was a left piece of grass, you better believe there might be a big tiger there because you otherwise would not. And then the opposite is nothing, right? But it doesn't matter if you accidentally run away from nothing. It does matter if you don't run away from what turns out to be a big tiger. And so it makes sense that we have clairvoyance and some of the other like GPS and so on. So I think that the sort of pattern detection that we have evolved to research and explore mechanisms of modern life. Why work beyond theory? Yeah, this is an amazing thing. So they actually, it's completely validated by science, but we very rarely think about it in our ordinary lives. So we all know about it in weather, and that's how it was really discovered was the meteorologist behind it basically ran a simulation and pulled a very, very small margin, I'm talking like a trillion of a degree in temperature. And all of a sudden the weather system that we usually later will turn out radically different. This is one of the origins of saying, butterfly patterns the hurricane is sort of like the butterfly effect comes from. Now, what I think is important to think about is how this applies to our own world, right? So, there's so many things in our own lives where when we think about time travel, for example, it's very obvious to most of us that if you were to travel back in time and change something, just radically mistake the future, right? If you go back a billion years and you push the wrong button, maybe things will turn out really differently. Maybe you'll delete humans from the future and gone by accident. Well, we don't tend to think about this way in the present. It's very obvious that, of course, the present and the past work the same way. And so, to me, one of the things to be careful about the out theory is that you are constantly restating the future. So everything you do, what you say, you talk to, the way you behave, now some of those effects might not be obvious to us, they might not stay the same for a long time. But the story I told you before about how I arrived at this tragic mass murder in Wisconsin in 1905, that's saying in action, right? That's truly happened. And then, one time, of course, 119 years later, that's the day I do. It's just not a thing. Well, that's possible too. I mean, that's one of the things that I think is the future of
And I think it's cool to live in a world where, the smallest act can have enormous consequences. Why do you think things work more for some people and not others? Well, I think it works for all of us. I think some people are more blind to it than others, right? I think that the gas theory is not something that is arbitrarily just happening to some people and not to others. I think it's happening to all of us all the time. I think there's people who are more or less aware of it and more or less thinking about it, right? I mean, for people, the story that came back to me is personally relevant, this terrible death. But I was oblivious to this until the big one. I made one when my dad doesn't speak it. And I think that's kind of similar to, I use my life anyway, right? I mean, I had no idea that the story by this. So the question then becomes, so what are we oblivious to? And I think this is what I'm trying to do in the book is say, let's clear right to the face of this chaos and this uncertainty. And think about it and what it means for our lives and what it means for our society. And I think, it's a real rewarding thing to that because it gives you different perspectives of how you accept your own existence. What do you think people want to say? And what I want to look before, sometimes look back at January 23rd. Anyone look about this? And of course, without giving away again, like basically what you accomplish, what you are experiencing. Well, I think it's the best way to think about the world is to think about the idea of we have an illusion of control. We can't control anything, but we can control everything. And I think that is a really solid takeaway that we don't know how our actions are going to play out. We don't know how they're going to affect other people or change the world. But I literally feel when I have that third party subtitle that says, and why everything will be matters, I literally think that every single thing that every single person does changes the future. And I think that's an incredibly uplifting and the power that is for people to think about. When you talk about the paradox of war, what is yeah, this is a really interesting idea about body side, and I'm talking about the humans are much more informed than we ever have before. When you think about how a lot of society is super interconnected globally, whether it's in our economies or our society, etc. And one of my favorite examples is the moment of a locust form, right? A locust form in scientific study is that you can single locust with one way rather than another. The entire rest of the form changes in an instant. It's not just what with birds or schools of fish, right? Where it's one big group and a whole school of whole other followers, right? Now, in this society, we have native forms. And most people had enormous impact more than ever before. So my favorite example is, you remember that oak that's stuck in the Suez Canal, right? It's like, it's just a bit, it's one oak, put sideways, launch the canal, and it causes $54 billion in economic damage globally, right? And you think about that, that's really fair enough to perform. It has to be regular key life, right? It's good Starbucks, it's so easy, so everything feels very, very warm. But then it just begins that we have it on the global economy. And so the paradox is formed of this idea that instead of consistent, where we feel in control, we feel like there's order. And then the smallest changes can reach complete disorder and havoc and upend our lives in an instant. And I think that's one of the things that modern society has engineered that we got to experience, say 5,000 years ago, when our society was simply before and connected to the outset. So we create this new plan ourselves in this instant past. I think we create a world where it's become more likely, right? And that's the reason what I was saying about the paradox before, is that you have a world in which you can communicate with other people, in which your transactions cross borders, in which our economies are flying. It's all things in one place can affect everybody else on that. And the pandemic is the first example of this, right? So one person gets affected in Wuhan, and the entire world is upended for a year. And so this is the kind of stuff where, I definitely believe the world is more prone to police. I'll put it that way. How small of a piece of this feels that that long? I mean, it's incredibly, incredibly small.
wash it out of my picture. If I put it on, I'm going to rinse it out. Okay, now why do you treat the kitchen trailer or the shower or trailer? Because the trailer, what do you call it? It get hot. Water, rip the color off my hair. Now that you say that, I know that because there have been times when I shower off. Trailers have a shower. That's like a weird sort of chemically included water, so that it can stay in the tank and then not be wasted. And it doesn't get very hot. And also, I've had to help not to do it. I sort of was like, maybe get rid of the shower. Yeah, but it's a closet. Hey, we all need a closet. Always. It doesn't like closet. I have a closet. Well, you need closets for your bath. It's like your bath is correct. We all do. Well, listen, this little room, it was located in our right building. It was on the bottom floor, and it was an active storage closet. It was not a set, so the walls did not move. They talked about those kinds of stuff. It's a warehouse. That was my thought, where we still in a set. No, for whatever reason, they trained us into the post-production storage room, where previous to us being there, they had stored thousands of hours of archives of our show. This was back in the day. We have walls and walls and five of the show. They had to relocate all the tapes. They had to redress the room. I said the shower tape, those pipes were real. They really were giant pipes. Yes, the big black pipes that were coming out, those were real. Yes. Also, the bathrooms that are outside of the hallway, two doors on either side of the microscope, those bathrooms, those were the actual walking bathrooms for anybody who works on the bottom floor. Those were the bathrooms the warehouse, yes, behind that hallway by the editing bay. Right across from us were our two editors, Claire and James. And above us were the writers' offices. So we were over in that building with the writers. Also, in this building is the lobby area down yeah, went back down there for that. So those are maybe some that we're going to have more to share as we bring down the of the room. It was basically the same room taken from three different angles. It has the downloadable coupon that is found in this episode. You know, the one that offers unparalleled customer service. Yep, that Anne and I is talking. And it also has
I'm gonna come and touch Ellie, jump over and scream and throw on the rooftop.
Now, I did not know her growing up. I have actually graduated college and Los Angeles. By the way, Mel high school dropped Ellie? Nottingham also drove into St. Louis. I also did not know Nottingham growing up, even though we were closer names. I can't believe that was Ellie's newspaper. Yeah. But of course, Lewis was also from St. Louis. Our director, Bob, was from St. Louis. And our first lady, Rabbi, was from St. Louis. So we were all very on the TV concert, there was all the chatter. On the TV was Jenna, Steve, and Lee. Great group. What was the honor about Steve America most represented in the African group? I think we may have been from Ellie. There was Boston. And then I was like, Italy, and obsession with that for a long time. I want to hear Ron
I fuck I kept her other view.
throw in there if there was ever a moment where we weren't covering something about the show. We had a fan question from KJ Baby. Aaron is my favorite character in the office. How did you come up with her personality and character as a whole, and how much creative liberty did Ellie have in creating her characters for space? KJ, please told me something crazy about the development of the writer has not fully fleshed out Aaron's personality by the time he started shooting. So when he started, they had Ellie perform all of the scenes and all of the types of heads in different ways as different characters. I remember this. We had to do them in like that earnest, quirky way that we know and love and Aaron. That's the one we eventually go with. And he said, believe it or not, there is a bizarro Aaron where the lines are also delivered in a no-nonsense way. And I asked him how long did he have to do this before they decided. And he said they definitely had like totally different versions of her talking about it. And then her team quite anything on her, she had to then perform those with I mean, she said she gives her so much credit because this is her first big role on the TV show, and she basically did the version of Aaron and entirely. So until you shared about that version of Aaron, I forgot about it. But now this is a movie that makes sense to me. Aaron looks at the camera, you know, something is on his head. It's like, do I have to do one of these on all collaborators? Yes! Angela! She's preparing a tag on Sunday for this episode, and it included Aaron talking head. Neither of which end up in the episode. Well, one of them is on the DVD. Okay, this is the one that was picked today as their first choice, which was pretty cool, like any other office, I guess. Computers, cashiers. Do I have to do this on all my breaks? Yeah, that's the one that, yeah, and I kind of was really confused because I thought it felt sort of off. Then they had this, all
man. Because you delete our social.
Later on. I know. I would say that this character happened to be on the story. Really? Yeah, I had gone into this idea for this version of the character that was kind of on like Bernadette Twitter's performance video. Yeah, I just really love her wide-eyed approach to love and accept and sort of all of it. Sort of an oddball guy. That is very similar to my character of Lady Marty. But I think there was a little bit of concern that that was a really big of a voice. And so they also had me on pretty great. And I did that for a couple of days. Never seen. And eventually they went with my quirky version. I was so proud. But it was sort of yes. Because I remember one day I was exploring at people on vacation. Brother sister ice skating duo. And their sister we had a blast. And we had a scene and they were like, okay, we're going to lunch. Okay, one version and one the other. And I had to just nail those versions. And I was like, come on, I can't believe it. Even early, they were like, I have a very similar story. Okay, I am control the pilot something it was hilarious. And when I read the role, I thought to myself, oh, so very nice. So I went in and I did my best impression of Mary. I love it. I know, I've worked with her many times. I'm super confident. I get the final audition and two other ways. One of them is like a tall, gorgeous blonde. The other one is very low right. Then I find out that Dan knows Mary Lynn and he wrote the role for her. No wonder. Well, I was proud of myself, but well, I guess I nailed it on what he's going for. He was going for Mary Lynn. Did Mary Lynn get it? No, neither of them did. They gave it to the blonde. Oh no! I know, and it was so funny because I thought to myself, well, obviously they're going to go with Mary Lynn. They're not going to go with I'm copying her. Right? They didn't give it to either of them. But when that's what he's doing with the intended when he wrote it, no, they went the other way. You never know. You never know. Well, why don't we take a break? And when we come back, we will really get into this episode. Well, a little fun stuff that he's making. Hold up, I have some fun. Oh my God, what if we have to take some fun? I have photo evidence. This is how you guys know that we don't talk to each other. We show up and try to surprise each other, and sometimes we find the same shit. We'll be back. Well, folks, you know I have a lot of family in Texas, and I just want you to know, travel to Texas, there are vast differences in culture, destination activities that allow for an infinite number of different travel experiences. You can have fun in the sun. Texas has 350-mile coastline. That's right. Or if you're a form of recreation center, campground, hiking trails,
Hey, that's
music, art museums, cowboy experiences. Come on. Right now, Travis has offers a one-of-a-kind online crypto wallet that allows people to generate a custom resident and visit travel.com/store. I'm familiar with it before you speak about it on the podcast. And I was like, Martin, I got you my pizza right now. Yeah, okay. Your kids love the fish stick. Yes, it's our page. Guess what I got? I got the Southern style shrimp. It is so good. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You know, when you're looking at the browse, orange or in the yellow package, it's got the iconic fisherman on the cover. This brand has been around with stylish. Say, Orchid is actually a brand that's been around for 175 years. Oh my gosh, that's so rare. Well, we love Orchid and it can help you with your mealtime eating. Visit Orchid.com to learn more, find a choice, and get a recipe in the free. Whether your resolution is to save money, get fatter, or scratch less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three. Yes, because I love HelloFresh and I don't love it. You know why I love it, and that's what I really love it. But so delicious. I take their style shepherd's pie. I did it. Yeah, it's so good. White cheddar and then I mashed potatoes. I know it very well. It's a family favorite. Well, you know, Josh never gets dinner. So this was my turn, and I made it, and he loved it. And he was so happy. I go, I made a shepherd's pie. I never made one before. This is so good. You can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadies3 and use code OfficeLadies3 for free breakfast for life. One breakfast item per lunch bowl. Gotcha? That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadies3 with code OfficeLadies3. HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. Customers open with Michael, driving up the convertible, touchdown, loud music. Yeah, Lady Lady Gaga. Exactly. Lady Gaga. Yeah. Pretty good. Already into the sunglass info. Right out of the gate. What? Available. Randy Corkery told us that he did this in cut. So first, they added the rear bumper of Michael's scooter to get a wood casting and the car behind one. They following away from the adding. When Michael pulled away, they removed the car fixing And that country there was something that was down in the afternoon. Why not really mine? I know I failed to do a lot before. Mostly because where we're outside, like, all I want to see that on the road. But time back in, forget it, fail it. When I went to see my I was out the last half of the park. And I nailed it. And I passed my driving test. Yeah, same here. I was doing horribly. But let's go. On Thursday. Really working on ViralRabbi. My dad was working on ViralRabbi. I still have to go working. Also arriving this morning to Transit Park is Ryan and our walking. A plant alert. I know. People wrote in about the plant. 32 seconds. Spotted a potted plant. But I wrote my notes. It's very cute. Stay on the little walk. Like a happy hour. Well, for a long time, we wanted to see I guess the positive it was walking in the along the parking lot. Michael went to the car, cut his car, out. Over the back. Holding mosquitoes, by the way. Yeah. Yeah. Over the back of the freezer. And it's I know. On the back is a convertible car. And I was going to play it, but the majority of the bloopers is for me, trying to get over the bathtub of the car, and then finally said, yeah. You know what? I'll put the blooper in our story. It's really one you have to watch. Now, go to our OK credit. And they are all in this episode in honor of Michael Scott Paper Company. Very exciting. Oh, I guess I have a whole thing now. So we've done a whole thing about this. First of all, I did not remember it. So when this came on, I was so delighted. And then all the memories came running back of us filming these new OK credits. They were also not in script. Taylor's idea. So they absolutely loved getting to do that, and they really tried to match the tone and style of the original main title. I did a whole breakdown of Michael Scott's TV title and our original main title, and they matched up almost shot for shot. It's pretty cool. Okay, first of all, all of it is about 180 seconds, right? It's a great overview of the whole world. I got a fan help learn about the school. Remember last week we talked about the Jerry Maguire movie, how Michael and Pam have their Jerry Maguire home. Well, I think we might have a little bit on script now, but Danielle Murray pointed out that there's going to be a different school every time we touch from shot of Michael's death. There is a anniversary that Easter egg is effective. It's never talked about. The idea was the kind of not to realize. every Friday is school safety meeting. Remember? You want it? And we'll be able to see it in the next episode. Moving forward, folks, I will wrap up this. Start that okay. Full food tracker. Next up, I would really like to talk about stapler in the opening credits. It is a Super Pro stapler. We were obsessed. It is the greatest stapler you will ever use, ever. Still say let me once, I still have it. You do not have to push on it the way today is the opening credits. It's operating the stapler incorrectly. You just give it a little squeeze and the air pressure, some sort of mechanism makes it stable perfectly. I looked it up. Here's how it is described. Okay. The Super Pro is the first engineering breakthrough in staplers and, well, the stapler. Push it with one finger for the effort and a spring-loaded mechanism drives the staple with 30 pounds of force through up to 20 feet. Wow. We love that stapler. We love it. We have all the people talking about staples, not just talking about for air filter power stapler. I recommend it. I'm dying to see one. Finally, the top here that you see opening credits throughout this episode is broken counter from the that counter is haunting me. It brought a comfortable chair, and now she's back with this horrible counter. What has she done to her life? I don't know. That was sitting out by the dumpster. They wrote crap on it and put it out. Right at the beginning of their first day in the Microsoft company, there was this Ryan had one, Michael had one. About the first day, there was a fork road, and I used to go there to travel. Never traveled. Not even a road, more of a path. For the signs that said, those who want to sign, and I'm still in trouble. The other road was where Brian was on the phone. That's the road one. Those are the two tracks that we were taking between. I used to do it at the road, behind road. Here's something crazy. I worked at as for years. That was my last full-time job I had as before I was woo! Yeah, so the life model. Well, that up here, you know, someone gets that. We're not really talking no, I know that's how. But that's just what we need. Aaron. Yeah. Because you want to be enough, but you're also my mom used to have these things as accounts. They're always Robert. Things in my life that I was looking out or something I was meditating about, praying about, and it's coming to fruition, and I'm trying to like positive things, right? And I'm just like, watch the office through that filter. They're like, I use that all the time. We talk about that. Yeah, I think this is before we become a podcast. We have to assess what we want to do. Yeah, before we develop the show and become a podcast. Be positive. I always say, throw out the birthday candles, just tell everybody Ellie's character, the one that is here, the dress was not Ellie. It was not her. Mary. Yeah, I think she was not a thing where they have the baby. That was only a baby. Oh, I love it. I know you do. Well, Sam question from Kellyanne M. says, she tracks Aaron's hair progression. When did she go red? She will eventually win because redhead in the office. This is her next year. She can track it. Well, we asked her to well, I remember some of this. She said when Ellie showed up for her very first day of work, her hair color was almost identical to mine. Yep. And everyone freaked out. They were not trying to tell a story that Cam was being replaced by a sort of look-alike person. And they were really worried that if they put her on camera and had to fix her hair, that they could tell a story they weren't telling. So they had to change the whole schedule for the day and color her hair. I didn't see the trailer because their color was secondary. And I guess Kim just has a drawer of hair color. Sure. And they came up with this sort of brunette color, which will now evolve. The character Aaron was also not originally meant to become a full-time regular character. Just be a new recipe. So people crack it. And I believe her hair is going to get to where she's over that red color as they make her look earlier. Yeah, I remember that day. Ellie is such a sweet player, you know? My memory is correct. She died of one year. Died it again. Oh, really? Yeah. Oh. Talk about this for me. Well, I don't know what to do. Well, what do we do now? Yeah, Michael was working with you guys. We had a thing that CMC and Abby noticed because of closely it says that the election is going to take place on Saturday. I saw that too. Also during the speed, you can hear the sound of toilets flushing through the pipes overhead, really getting a sense of this workspace. So we could actually hear toilets flushing in some of these video bathrooms outside. So while we were eating, they would not allow us to enter. But while we rehearsed, or while we were waiting to choose, people could use the bathroom. And so we would really sit in that room and hear what was being. And I also don't know if you noticed the spot that she and I are sitting in. When we first walked into that room, our natural inclination to sit across from one another at the table. Just maybe maximum space for your elbows and, you know, but we couldn't do this that way. We had to both sort of sit with our backs like front up against that wall, kind of next to each other, facing Michael, because it was literally the only way to get us on camera. Last week, the DVD company got up to not sound actually talked about this episode. You know, part of this is not into the angle. That's what we're talking about. They kept touching each other. Our office kept touching each other in the shot. Yeah, I think that's relatable about when you watch TV. How there's all these actors in the room. Yeah, but they're actively avoiding one another on camera. But at the same time, Michael can't walk up the steps without launching his legs. You know, it's like that tight. Well, now Michael's going to ask Sam to make 800 copies of the reserve time. He says he might make one copy. Well, the world needs copies. He was here with us. I don't know if that was where the phone was on that table, but it was right in front of Sam. Already nearly close to the phone.
Phone. Good? Oh, there you go. I'm so fun. Good. Go to that phone. Yo, you love yours? That's, oh, cool. She love him? I mean, he's tight. I mean, that's his dick. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Would you suck his dick in order for this to be over? Dog, I would suck his dick and eat it after this. Really? I'd suck his dick, I'd eat it, I'd munch off my own dick, sew my dick on him, and digest his dick, shit out his dick, eat that shit, eat it again, shit it out again, eat it out again, and then fuck the cinder box with the little hole where my penis was. That's now been sewn on the yolk. That's how bad that is. That's what I would do. Are they fucking?
I don't know if you noticed where the phone was on the table, but it's right in front of Cam. Already, you're really close to the phone.
What is the first? What?
For so long, and all those statements waiting to talk to each other, and it's hilarious. I don't know how to growing. I don't think his wife had a counterpart.
Wow, I went through lost my item. Top of my range, like, I got my fuel on. I got my perspective on.
I'm a lot.
And I found that this friend how
Wow, he got his high notes back. He did. He got his skill on. He got his perspective on. He found it all in the enemy bin. I also really love the storyline of Charles asking Jim for the rundown. Yes. What a rundown. And he's not going to ask. He was afraid. I know. So when we reached out to you and me, you said this whole rundown story was a late edition. It's part of a rewrite session. Most of the writers break off equal pods. So Paul we received, Jim Spada, and DJ Novak broke away from the group, and in about 2 hours, we came up with this whole rundown storyline. I love it. I know. And then Joseph's sister said, "Hey, I thought this was great. This sort of rundown was like okay, turn, and no one writes it. Well, that's obviously we did with no either. After the episode aired, they got mailed. Well, yeah, a rundown. Yeah, rundown. Like, people had heard of it. No way. So I looked it up. I googled several ladies that did are. I just wrote, what is a rundown? And what the internet has to say. Okay. In love to do. Like, to run down my sales with, like, an itemized thing of how much product I use, or is it more just my clients' names, how long they take my clients. I think there is a little bit of vagueness, like Justin said, but Jim just needs to ask. What do you want to run down of? My clients? The inventory? What exactly? Sales? Well, I'll tell you what, we got a lot of mail on this. Deanna Q had a strong opinion. Saying, forgive me for saying this, but I think I'm on Charles' side when it comes to the rundown. I've never had an office job, and even I have a pretty clear idea of what it could or should look like. Come on, Jim, you're a smart guy. Look within and find the rundown. Anna's not having it. It's not happening. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, we're going to kick off this storyline where Dwight and Andy are both kind of flirting with Aaron. Dwight does the first thing where he teaches her about the office being haunted, and then Andy comes in and they end up doing a little dance together. It's going to get awkward real fast. It really is. What happened to their romance? All right, he cuts it. No.
You like UFOs, girl? You like UFOs, girl? This motherfucker could be a fourth gram whistleblower. Oh, he took a fourth gram with no. He sent me images of things that was linked to fourth gram.
Ryan is making plans for the weekend.
Really?
And then he says,
Yeah.
Is that a word? New York 6, then it's branch 7. And then he says, and my boss is my old boss, which makes it very clear that the branch 7 is Pam, New York 6. When they cut to you and your face is realize it. It's so great. Just because you felt like this was one of those amazing moments where the joke came before the setup, and paid off in this amazing way. The whole thing is such a smart joke. It's so well crafted. It made me laugh. I absolutely loved it. So I think we should stay down here in Michael's Duffy for company and discuss the next thing that's going to happen, which is Ryan watching a video online instead of making a copy that Michael has requested. Yes, at 7 minutes and 7 seconds, you can see the video that Ryan is watching. It was actually a local commercial in Alabama that was very popular on YouTube, and I want to tell you a little bit about it. This went viral in 2006. Andy, famous TV, created and wrote and performed the jingle for this Montgomery, Alabama business. It was a flea market. Oh, yeah. And he did his own commercial. And it went viral. Over 12 million people have watched this video. Of course, it went viral before YouTube was trying to get it right. It wasn't monetized. So he just said, making money off that. But it really took off. And Ella DeGeneres had him on as a guest. Really? Uh-huh. Flea market is no longer in business, but Stanley is still writing commercial campaigns and performing his appearances on TV and a radio show. And I found Stanley on Instagram. He's at the real Stanley Stevens. Something I love about our show is that we were always working in these pop culture topical moments because that's what people do. That's what you would do is watch this YouTube video that was very popular while you were at work. You would show all your coworkers. It's actually things that would happen on our set. As we shared, Oscar had the only working computer with sound, and we would all huddle around his computer and watch videos. Well, it's 7 minutes and 5 seconds. It's very top of the speed. You can see something sitting next to Ryan in a little poker chip. We're sitting at a poker table, which is amazing. It is an inhaler. It was a full deleted runner that Ryan used an inhaler, and he and Pam even get in a fight at one point, and she steals his inhaler. Well, because Michael, he hands it to Michael, but Michael pays, and she's like, wait, I can that for him. Yeah, it's the whole thing. It ended up getting cut, but that's why there is this inhaler, and you can spot it throughout the episode sitting next to the laptop. There is also we're good at. He's like, what? Yeah. So this reminded me of this very funny back and forth that my husband and I had because I always say that we make the best coffee in the morning and the best eggs. And my dad is very complimentary about it. So it's the best eggs, the best coffee. So about 5 years into our marriage, he says to me, I really make the best eggs. Oh, it's here. Yeah. It's been holding on to that. He says, do I really make the best coffee and the best eggs? Or is it just that you don't want to make them? And I was like, what? And he said, I mean, how hard is it to make good coffee and eggs, really? No, I feel like maybe you're just complimenting my coffee and eggs so that I make coffee and eggs every day. And I was like, no, they really are superior. I swear, it's better coffee than I make. See, that we can prove because there were some mornings when I made the coffee and Lee was like, oh, not great enough. But Lee doesn't eat eggs. I eat eggs in the morning. He doesn't always make me my eggs. But it's the truth, man. Lee, you make the best coffee and eggs. You just do. I don't think I'm looking at so I have trouble many times. And I know that this woman does not lie about me. Thank you. She's completely earnest. When she likes something and when she doesn't, you're going to know about it. That's the thing. I'm not going to eat mediocre eggs for 5 years just because someone else made them for me. I mean, if I really believed I could make better eggs, I could make my own eggs. Once again, while people are talking, you might have gotten something. Yeah, you hear their voice, breathe and feeling. You hear them speaking. We had a fan question from Afrin R. In the scene where Michael, Sam, and Ryan are in their small new office, we hear a male voice talking on his phone in the bathroom. Whose voice is it? It sounds like Toby, but the conversation made me doubt it. It was Toby. Paul did the voice. Now, on the commentary, I think Steve and Lee joked that they made Paul the healing child. He was lying. But that is not true. It is actually just off camera. He is not healing. They added all the effects to post to make it sound like he was in the bathroom above us, including like all the beep sounds. But it was so good. It sounds like he loved you. I mean, I was so sold on that. But yeah, no, he was not. He was just off camera. But incidentally, I would like to point out that our sound team was nominated for an Emmy for Outstanding Sound Mixing for a Comedy or Drama Series half hour for this episode. They deserve it. I know, it really sounded like he was up there and all the flushing and everything. Well, Michael's son called his mom and told him to she had to out of it. It's so obvious. So obvious. He says, calm the thing on my nerves. Our behavior is not so fun about him. He's like, oh, I gotta go. He's being a giant beast. This is us sleeping. Well, this whole thing is going to end with Cam and Ryan bickering over the computer. I mean, they get in a huge fight over who gets to use it. And at 8 minutes and 20 seconds, at the end of the scene, the camera pushes in on Michael, standing in front of a whiteboard. And written on the whiteboard is a quote that says, "You did not understand what a shot you don't take."
Wayne Gretzky, Michael Scott.
And this Wayne Gretzky is part of the quote. Yes, right? Michael Scott is quoting himself, quoting Wayne Gretzky. Justin's sister wrote that joke. Gina and Lee both brought it up, saying it was one of their favorite parts of the episode. Like, I see that meme all the time. Oh, yeah, it's so brilliant. If you Google Wayne Gretzky quote, a Michael Scott discussion, look at the picture, it comes up. It's crazy. Well, why don't we take a break? And when we come back, we still have to discuss the pancake question and Dwight and Andy's rivalry and him maybe finally figuring out what a rest now is. Also, more maybe. Oh, wow. Oh, I also have a fun
Yoshi.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change? That kind of thing. Yes, but perhaps this year we should be reflecting on what we're already doing right. And therapy can help you figure out your strengths. It's just like you to do some extreme change or
Yeah, I got very good people for camera. And, it's like I'm so busy with all the people watching all the time that it's like I don't even know. It's like I have to calculate it. Like, wait, what was the rough net you're doing? It was like 33 times 4 is like 120 times. Oh no, that was people you're fine. Yeah. Like 4 times, well, wait, you got the other one too. I know what it is. What's 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0?
Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about the
The only person watching it is you. And it's not even good. Everyone hates it.
travel to stay better hydrated. I started doing the same thing. When you're really on a road trip, like I don't want to drink too much water, so I'll have to eat. And then I find myself so dehydrated, so I use this. Well, I like it for height.
Well, I like it for height.
Get a little packet and put it in the water.
Because that's just what I'm car has to live.
Well,
I like it for height.
Plus 8 vitamins and nutrients. It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It's perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down. After a long night out, and or even on your long flight. Rehydrate your phone with air, grab a coffee. Hydration multiplier, sugar-free, sold nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to ootd.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.